Gaming.
With the dispatch corps. You have no
Coming
idea
at
how
you
happy I
with
am to be an elder.
First Descendent live stream. Hopefully this time I don't get a server issue, or whatever you want to call it, where it says broadcast quality is decreased or whatever it's called. I don't know why I get it, but I always get it at nighttime. I don't get it during the daytime. So it's kind of weird. Let's do this 400% dungeon so I can finish leveling up. I would have already been finished, but I helped some people with the void erosion. Well, one of them I ended up helping with like 2 or 3 waves. I was only supposed to help for one, but they kept on going to the next one. I forgot to change my build. Guess I'm gonna be stuck with this build.
Give up.
Uh-oh. I actually might be screwed. I'm not even gonna lie to you. No way. Go. I'm with her now. So, done with that. I'm gonna probably have to do like Eugen. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to even do Haley. Honestly, if the matchmaking's not really doing the best for me right now. Because I'm not gonna be able to do that with Haley. The boss scene isn't even gonna be the hard part, it's the mobbing. Haley sucks with mobs, in my opinion. Even with the mob build I have slightly built for her. Okay, I got this gun. Got that gun maxed out finally. I can't really catalyze weapons right now because I don't have much, and I want to finish my Descendants first before I get into the whole weapons. Okay, if I'm done with her, let's see who's next.
Oh, my beloved.
Start Glee.
What do you get when you...
Glee.
What do you get?
Valby, I can finish. Valby is finished. I just gotta level her up, I think.
Oh, my...
I can do Glee, or I can do Haley. Matter of fact, let me actually use a catalyst on Haley real quick. Let's see. So, yeah, I have quite a bit to do with Haley still. Quite a bit, actually. Yo, Midnight. Yo, bro. I don't mind if you're sitting with me, but you can't keep doing that. Like, there we go. Like, why can't you be like all the other kitty cats? All the other ones are trying to sleep right now. You just keep on, like, bothering everyone. Like, I don't mind if you're up here resting and stuff, but you can't just keep headbutting me in my back. Okay, let me think on what... I don't remember what I was gonna do for my Haley build. I really don't remember at all. Let me see. I will say this though, Haley's gonna be one of my only descendants where I'm not gonna have a red module for. I don't like neither, I don't like neither her red mobs. Let's see real quick. I already know how to do the Haley shield gun build, but that I'm not building for that right now because the fact that it's gonna require me to catalyze too many more areas. So many people are saying not to go, what is it called, crit anymore. Let's see. Holy cow, bro. I'm just gonna start sticking with what I think, dude. Even getting people's opinion on what you should run on this game just like starts a war. Like I watched this one guy, and in one of his videos he was basically telling everybody how, like, I wouldn't say exactly, I don't know if he was being serious about it, but he basically was saying everyone's wrong and people are always being stupid enough to run all 4 crit mods. But I'm like, then he makes another video saying, basically saying he was wrong, and that the crit resist doesn't run as a crit ceiling, it runs as a I forgot what he said, but runs as something else, and that running the skill insight for Haley would be fine. But I don't know. I just think, what is it called? I think that was you can't go out and just kind of disrespect the community of the people that have made Haley builds, and then come out and then basically be wrong in a way, and then proceed to say and not like apologize. Like, I don't go out of my way talking about people's builds like that. I go out of my way and like basically will say stuff about, like, you know, like I've done before, where I've put a video out ranting about, like, you know, crybabies wanting the game to be easier and this and that. I have said stuff about that, which is different. I have every right to say something about that when the game has gotten so much easier. But when you talk about people's builds and then putting out build videos, if you don't like that their build is like that, you can say you don't like it, but you can't be telling, like, maximizing your crit rate or not maximizing your crit rate. I mean, in a way, you can, like, I don't understand, like, when you have max crit compared to not max crit, and then the crit resist hits in, the max crit is still going to hit harder than the not using the max crit, because at the end of the day the crit resistance is going to take off on both, and at the end of the day the higher crit rate will still win if you're running a crit build. That is literally how crit works almost in every video game ever made that uses the crit system. Like, I don't understand the knowledge behind people always coming out and doing stuff like that. Like, you could do the math all you want. I don't need to do the math to know that. And I've never seen a video game run crit as a ceiling, meaning there's no point of running 100%. Because last time I checked, even when I have ran 100% build with crit, majority of the time I've crit. Yes, there's that like 5% of the chance that you don't crit, because every enemy obviously has a crit resist in this game. And basically crit resist is gonna work like almost any other game with crit resistance. Meaning at some point in time, you're not going to hit them with the critical hit. Not, oh, it's capped at a ceiling, meaning there's no point in trying to run 100% or over cap yourself over 100%. Now, I will say this, you should never over cap yourself on a crit, because there's really no point for it. Just like over capping yourself on anything, I think there's no point for that. Because the part that you overcap on is just going to be a waste. Now, in certain instances, you're going to overcap by a little bit, that's fine. But if you know you're overcapping by like 20%, there's really no point. Like for Haley though, if you throw all 4 crit mods on, right? Well, let's do this real quick. I have all 4 crit mods on right now, right? I'm running at a crit rate of 15.385, right? Because, you know, crit, 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 right? Well, the crit rate is this one and these two, right? And I'm running at 15.385, right? And then this is just basic ass math. And then she stacks up 16 times with the skill critical rate of 2.5 increase per stack, right? Let's do this math. You got 16 times 2.5%, which is 40%, right? And then I think I think 40% is the you do that 40% plus the 15. Well, you add that 40% of crit rate to the build of this area. Like I say, it's 207 right here, right? 207.7, right? So in theory, what you do is here. I'll even go over here because I'm not gonna do the math the way they have it set up in this game, because obviously crit in this game, unlike most games, when you get a percentage, you get a percentage. Like for instance, the Division 2, when you add crit, it adds up to 60% out of 100, because the cap is 60. But basically, when you add up crit from your build, you go like in the mods add 6%, or in their case, just the number 6. It doesn't have a percentile at the end of it. But we all know it's 60 out of 100, but there's a 60 cap, so you're only gonna get 60. Well, there's a thing where you can get 8% running a certain build item, and then most all pieces or mods have a 6% cap basically on the build, meaning you have to run it multiple times. Once you get up to 60 though, you stop. You know, or you can go over it by a little bit, but it's not gonna make any difference because it caps at 60.
Would you like to use the
like
laboratory?
I said, there you just add up until you get to 60. It's simple. Here it's not, because as you can see, I have 207% critical hit rate, but I don't have 207% crit rate. I have 15, because they do a certain like multiply certainly, because you got 5%, so you start out at 5, right? The default, you start out at like right here, crit rate now is 73. Oh, that's my gun, my bad. Crit rate is 15.385, but the default is 5, right? So let's go into the build. Let's see if I do this math right. The default is 5%, and I got 207.7. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So what you do is, I had to real quickly find out how to do this again. So basically what you do is you do the 5, the base default. You do 5 times the skill critical hit rate, but instead of you timesing it in the percent form, you times it in the decimal form, which 207.7% goes into a decimal form of 2.077, which gives you a 10.385%. You add the 5 to it now, and now you get 15.385, right? Now, then you would do the 15.385 times the 40, or the 40% that you get from here. Well, I think it's 40%, right? Yeah, 40% that you get from here, which you would times it by 0.4, because that's what 40% is, which gives you a 6.154 plus 15.385, which in theory gives you 21.539. Not real quick, because I could have done that wrong, right? I could have done that wrong, so
It's up to me.
we'll find out. Okay, I did the math wrong, because now critical hit rate is at 100%, right? So it's at 100%. So I did something wrong, obviously. So fire skill critical hit rate increase per stack is 2.5. Well, you do 2.5 times 16, which is obviously the 40%. So what am I doing wrong, real quick? Is it because it adds also crit rate from my weapon, maybe? Is that maybe why? Well, I have 67.5, right?
Target confirmed. Ready.
Okay, I'm gonna test something out real quick. Let me put on this gun real quick, because it has no crit on this gun. There's like none. I have no crit. It's at its base 5% still. Right? Okay, never mind then. So I'm trying to think real quick. You know what? I want to see something real quick. 15.385, right? 38, 46, 53, 61, 69, 76, 84, 92. 84 to 92. 84 to 92. So, what am I missing? 207, obviously. I know I did all that right. But 2.5, that's 40, right? Well, let's do 15.385 times 2 times 0.25, right? 1, 2, no, that's wrong, not 0.25. 0.025, right? 1, 2, yeah, that's 2.5. That gives me 0.3846, right? 0.3846. Let's just go with 0.3846. You know what? We can just do 0.39 just to average it out. Or just, you know what? 0.38, right? 0.38 times 16 is a 6.08. Right? You know what it could be? So 15.385. You know what? Let's do this actually. I think I know what I did wrong. Because you do the 15.385 times zero point 0.4, which gives you 6.154, right? 6.154 times by the 15.385, which gives you 94.67929%. Because you get so if you do 15.385 times the 0.40, the 0.4, which is 40%, you get a 6.154, right? You get 6.154. And then I'm assuming you would times that by 15.385, which is you get 94.67929%. Not even a full 100, but that's the only way I can think. I can get 100 still. Huh, I'm really confused what I did wrong. What if they, because on one of the videos they said her thing gives you 45% instead of 40. But I only see skill critical hit rate increase per stack is 2.5. Well, you do 2.5 times 16, which is 40. Is there like a 5% that I'm missing out on something? Mm, think I'm missing out on something. You know what I could do? Here, I'll make this even easier actually for myself. Let me pull out this area so I don't have no crits, nothing, right? I'm at a 5% crit rate, right? See, it goes up now. See what it maxes out at. 45% out of 5. So you minus the 5, you get 40. The base, which is 5, you get 40. So 2.5% is the equivalent. Wait a second. So 5 divided by 0.025. 1, 2. 1, 2. No, not divided. Times by 0.025. 1, 2. We should get 12.5 in the decimal form. Okay. 5%, right? 10, 12.5, 17.5, 22, 25, 20, 30, 32, 42, 45. 42.5 to 45. 42.5 minus 45. So it's going up 2.5% each time. So 15.385. plus 40 is 50. So I'm assuming the higher the base rate of the crit, because like it's going up with the base at 5, it's only going up 2.5 per stack. Because you do it's at 40, right? So I'm assuming, let's see real quick. Let's see what the crit at max, right? 46 to 53. 46 to 53. 46 to 53. 46 to 53. 46 to 53, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. That's 7. It goes up 7 instead of 2.5 with the base at 5. So is it going up by 7 because of the fact that I'm thinking it's going up by 7 now, basically 7 point something instead of the 2.5. Is it because it's going by the 207.7? Let's see. 207.7 times 2.5. No, not times. Divided by 2.5? No. Times 0.025. 1, 2. 1, 2. It gives me 5.1925. Well, it still doesn't add up right. Because even if that was to give me 5.1925, basically 5 per stack, that would be still 15. That's 16 times. Be 16 times 5, which is 80. Wait, hold on. Might be on something. 80 plus 15. That was still equal at 95. Well, let's do this again. 15.385 times the 0.025. No, wrong one. My bad, not that one. The 207.7 times the 0.025, which is 5.19 times 40? No, not 40. Times 16, which gives you 83.08 plus the 15.385, which gives you 98.465. That's still not giving me 100%. So I'm missing out on something. I'm trying everything possible to see how I'm getting this 100%. It gives you 2.5. I understand that part. But with the base being 5, it only goes up to 45. Meaning it literally only goes up. Because look, if you do 5, base is 5, right? So you do 40 minus the 5, you really actually get 40%. You know what I mean? You actually really do get 40%. Because you know your base is 5 and you go up to 45 at max stacks. Meaning you actually really do get 40%. Now, do you do like 40%? You know what? I didn't try that, I think. 15.385 times 0.04. No, not 0.04. No, I did do that one. Let's see what happens if you divide. Divide by zero point 0.4. That's 38.46. That's not even. Huh. I wonder what I'm getting wrong. I understand the 207.7. I understand how to get the regular base crit. You times the base crit by the crit rate over there. That's understandable. Now, what I think could happen is you times the base crit by the 40% point 4, right? Point 4. What? No, 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 I'm by 4. You got the base crit of 5, right? Of 5, right? If you do 5 times 0.25, or no, 2.5, get 12.5, right? And then you got 12.5 times 2.5 again, which is 31.0. That's not right either. Huh. I'm trying to find out many ways how you get it. I understand that you'll times the skill critical hit rate of 207.7 by the base crit. But what I don't understand, I understand how I got that. I understand how I got the 15.385. What I don't understand is how that 15.385 gets to 100 once you get the max stacks. What I don't understand is each stack only gives you 2.5. So, I mean, let's say if you only get one stack, 15.385 times 0.25. 1, 2. That's 3.84625, right? Then you do the 15.385 added to that as 19.22625, right? And then I guess 19.22625, do that times by the 0.25 again, which now gives you a 4.80, right? Then you do the add the 19.22625, which gives you 24.03. Then you do that times by the 0.25 again, which gives you basically 6 flat, plus the 24.0328125, which gives you 30.04. But even with 30.04, let's see. 30.02. Ooh. Wait. Oh, wait. 30.77. 30.77 is what I got on like the third stack. And here on my math, I got 30.04. So I'm close to getting it right, but I'm still missing out on something. So I'm assuming they add each stack with 2.5, so it gives you more percentile, it gives you more of a higher number each stack because it's adding 2.5% crit rate to the number that you already had prior, is what I'm assuming. It's kind of hard to be in the menu. I wish I could be in the menu to look at the same time as popping it so I know how much it goes up directly. Because that's 15.385, but to get to the next number, I don't know what it is because I can't get in the menu fast enough. Let's see. Okay, in the First Descendant, critical hit rate functions like most other games, meaning it just I already know that. It'd be nice if the First Descendant had like a certain calculator you can use. Mm. I'm really confused. I'm not gonna even lie to you. Let's see. Okay. And there ain't no video explaining me how 2.5, which is 40% at the end, adds up to 100. But, I mean, and it goes up too quickly for me to find out what the difference percentile is for each one. But, why do I have nimble fingers on this build? I actually got a lot to do. I'm gonna test something real quick though. Where's my piercing light? Do I not have it on me? Let's see. I have 127, 910, right? 164. Why does it say 127? Let's see something real quick. 234. Firearm attack is 234. That's DPS. Okay, 220. 220, 417, and this is 234. But that I'm gonna assume that's the base, right? 230. 114 is the base, and then 127 is. Why is it going up from one? Like, I don't understand why it's going up. Is it 114? Is it like adding in the factor of I don't know. Stringing the first shot, you'd think it might actually. 448, right? Let's see what happens. What's shot focus added in? 251. 251, right? 234. So it goes up quite a bit. Okay. That makes sense. Shot focus might actually be useful, actually. I'm not even gonna lie, it might actually be really useful on her. I'm still gonna build the piercing light and not the, like, everyone keeps saying to use the, perforator, if I said that correctly. But, like, you know how much DPS you losing out on, in my opinion? Yeah, just to get, like, some extra shots in? I don't know. In theory, you're probably getting, in theory, you're getting high damage in both categories, I guess. Because Afterglow, for Afterglow, you lose out on damage, but you get more crit rate. You get more crit. While with the piercing light, you start out 50. With the piercing light, you start out at 50. Well, start out 40, right? 40 for the piercing light, and then the Afterglow. Right, with the Afterglow, you start out with. Oh, we start out with 50 default. So you lose 10%. This also has a 2 times crit damage. Don't even know what the weak point is. Or this one is a crit of 1.2. So in theory, the Afterglow is honestly better in the crit rate, the crit damage, and penetration is 528. And then the weak point is 2, right? Let's see what the Afterglow is. Weak point is 1.8 and penetration is 100. So the penetration is better on the other gun. So in reality, you, in theory, you could build up the crit damage and crit rate. But I think a pistol light would be the best option. Because even if with the piercing light, right, you get 127, right? 127, 910 with nothing on, right? And this is with firearm attack of 12%, right? This one has firearm of 12.1, basically the similar, right? And you have 216, right? Well, the Afterglow had 127. You're losing out on 100,000 attack. So yes, you're losing out on quite a bit of percentage. But let's go and wrong one. Let's say we go upgrade this because it's not even upgradable yet. I don't even have it maxed out yet at all. We need to do that real quick and see what happens directly. Because I'm actually curious right now. Oh, it is. Okay. So 93.825. Let's see. The firearm attack is 67,000, right? 129. 129. Okay, 129. 43. 129. Piercing light is at 216. I mean, I guess those 3 shots are just... You get an extra 3 shots with the perforator. With those 3 extra shots, you're basically gonna get probably more damage in general. And then the fire rate, I don't think the fire rate transfers over with her build. I don't think so. Base damage is same as equipped weapon excluding launchers. And then skill power is that. So yeah, it has nothing to do with the fire rate. I don't think it has anything to do with the fire rate. I don't know, my piercing light is already halfway built in my opinion, so I'm gonna stick with the piercing light, to be honest.
Modules will make you stronger. Welcome. You're here for modules, right?
So we're at 191. I'm trying to see something real quick. 191 and the skill cost is 22. 191 and the skill cost is 22. So as long as if I want to run her as a mob being and try to get the best out of her one ability, you're obviously going to want to add skill simplification. It's the best one for skill power modifier. And you're going to want to increase the skill power modifier for her effect because it's at 189. Because you're going to want shot focus because this apparently, if I'm correct, I can't remember, but if I'm correct, it decreases the damage of your weapon. Let's see. It says targets with cryogenic stacks receive additional damage and lose 1 stack when hit by Haley's firearm attacks. So it loses 1 stack when hit by Haley's firearm attack. Max stacks is 3. I'll probably get into this build a little bit later. I don't know what I'm gonna do with the I'm more worried about the boss build. Sadly with the boss build you don't really need to use a transcendent mod. Equipped with a unique weapon, it decreases additional firearm attack and fire rate, but increases weak point damage, and successfully attacking a weak point recovers shield instead of MP. The increase in weak point damage decreases when firing a unique weapon, but increases again on a successful weak point attack. Honestly, this thing is downright useless. Like, I mean, beyond useless. Like, you get a decrease in firearm attack and fire rate. Just get an increase in weak point, right? But the thing is how much does the weak point increase by? Let's see. Weak point damage increase is 9.7 per stack. Base stacks is 5, max stacks is 12. Stack reduction when firing -1, stack increase on successful weak point hit. I'm telling you, it is useless. You're not gonna hit anything. You that means you have to be 100% on your. Like, that's one of the most useless ones. This one, on the other hand, could theoretically be good, but modifies cryo effect to cryogenic to reduce the number of maximum stacks and effect strength, but dealing additional AoE damage to nearby enemies when the effect is removed. So in theory, you wanna your fire, like, basically your weapon are not gonna do as much damage, but when you do damage with your weapon, you lose a stack. Once the stacks are gone, the AOD explosion happens. So for this, you're gonna want to add range in the first place. Like, for instance, the explosion damage range is 3.7. And it's 400% dungeons is probably the best to do for it. What you want to do is, like, let's see what we can get the range up to on this build. Let's say we get rid of these two real quick, and we add maximize range and regular range, right? You can get it up to 9 meters of an explosion range. Still not that best for explosion range, honestly. All I know this is gonna. I'm not gonna start on this build yet. All I know is this is gonna be on it, and I'm gonna try to figure it out at some point. Right now, I'm more worried about this. I don't know why I put this slot. I have a guarantee I hit that slot when I was thinking about doing this build. Since you need to throw on the cooldowns, so you can constantly have the one ability. So I'm missing dangerous ambush and got all the crits. Okay, I'm missing dangerous ambush and then HP. If I really wanted to, I could throw on another damage mod instead of HP because I could theoretically probably get away with it with most bosses. You can probably one phase most bosses without having any problems. It all depends. HP is still the good way to go though. But while I level her up, I'm gonna take shot focus off because it's not gonna matter at the moment. And I'm gonna put on increase HP. How many do I have left? 9, and I got 1 cooking at the moment. And I still gotta catalyze this. Literally 1, 2, well, probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then if I really wanted to, I probably had to catalyze it in the R slot too, to be honest. I mean, I have everything I really need. The only thing I'm really missing probably is concentrated priority is one I'm missing for sure. Um, you could throw fire ray on, but it doesn't really make a difference. I could throw weak point sight and weak point expansion, but I'm kind of curious. Does weak point expansion transfer over to her sniper? I'm actually really curious if that's the case. I mean, this also gives you 200% firearm attack off the rip. So, like, it makes you wonder, like, what you want to do exactly.
Hey there. What can I help you with?
Okay. So, Haley is done. Who else do I need to get done?
The Vulgus can. Oh my.
I got Glee,
What do you get
Ajax,
when you mix water?
Falby.
What?
Oh, my beloved daughter, Daya. Hold on a little longer.
How close am I done with getting the Glee? Because Haley's gonna take a little. She's not gonna be done instantly. Because I have to do the sniper for her too. I'm basically done with this, if I'm correct. I'll look into it again. Honestly, with the Glee build, I have not, like...
If all modules were the same, I'd be out of a job.
I
Right?
haven't... Ooh, it's been a while since I even took any thought on what I want to do with it. I know I want Walker Tightrope because when HP is 50% or lower, skill power modifier 30 and then firearm attack plus 30. You want that because that is going to be a really good boost to this. You're going to get a higher skill power and you're also getting more firepower from your gun. And you equipped it with. Defense, max shield, that's perfectly fine. Stem accelerant, max MP, HP, max HP. These three are fine. Nibble fingers, MP conversion, both fine. Because you're trying to get the cooldown for this as low as possible, 12.3, while this right here, not that, 12.5, 12.3, but the duration is 7.1. So 7.1 and 12.3. What I really need is get, because what? I don't need, why do I have skill effective range on this build? Oh yeah, it's because of that. I don't need skill effective range on the build though. I don't know why I have it. Skill extension is fine. What else I could throw on this build, which might make it worse, but maximize duration. You also lose more skill power modifier. You're now at 32.8, which is not a good sign. But now the duration, you're sitting at 9.1 and cooldown of 12.3. My question is could I throw on something to increase the skill power? Because so far, we don't got anything that increases the skill power on here. Matter of fact, shot focus. Oh, you know what? This is weapon glee. That's why. I'm on weapon glee. You know what? How about we take all this stuff off first? I'm not really worried about weapon glee right now. Weapon glee can be done later. Okay, first of all, hold on. Wait a second. Let's see real quick. Okay, cooldown 4.6 was 5. Skill effect, chance on critical hit 30. Power of life obtain 1. I don't think. What's this one do? True aim HP, max HP times 1% per 0.1 seconds. Venom use condition. Damage same as equipped weapon. Focus additional damage. Mm. So firing time 1 second, firing time is 2 seconds. 2 seconds for firing, 1 second. So firearm attack increase 15, firearm attack increase 21, firearm penetration increase amount 51, incoming recovery decrease 50, receive damage increase 10. I wonder if Predator Instinct is any actually good. But I think Massive Signification is going to be my best one. Be honestly about it. Okie dokie. Got my 2 set now. Let's build off from here now. Mhm. Oh. Why people argue over stupid shit like this on the internet? Who knows? Sometimes I really hate when I opened up stuff for the First Descendant on the X just to see not only a bunch of people arguing, obviously, on the First Descendant stuff, but when I back out of it, before I back out of it, it shows all the other posting stuff. And it's just a bunch of people arguing over the most dumbest thing I've ever heard of on earth. Well, let's see this real quick. Okie dokie. I'll put that on right now so I can at least upgrade it fully. Then I'll just put it back on later.
Welcome. You're here for modules, right?
There you go. A skill, non-attribute singular, non-attribute school cooldown, dimensional, skill hit rate, I mean there's dimensional and non-attribute, but you would rather have colossal. But I mean that's my best one so far until I get colossal though. So I'm gonna have to definitely go hunting for one. Definitely gonna have to hunt for one. So I'm curious real quick. Frenzy state, max HP times 10%. So yeah, it's true. I always, with everyone that I've ran into, and see, this is why I'm glad I look up videos here and there, and I advise people to do this same, is, yeah, I made a Glee build with 20,000 HP, but it takes 10% of your max HP, so let's look at this. Say if you have 20,000 HP, right? And you get 10% taken away with just using it one time. You do 20,000. You do 20,000 times 0.1. That's 10%, right? You lose 2,000 HP. 2,000 HP per time you use it. Well, to get the walk a tightrope, you have to make it to where you go down to 10,000 HP. Because it's 50% or lower. 50% of 20,000 is 10,000, right? Say I have what, 9,300 and something, right? Well, let's just go with 9,000 HP, right? Times 0.1 is 900 HP. You notice how we're only getting 900 taken away instead of 2,000? Yeah, in an instance, half of 9,000 it would be 4,500, obviously. So you have 4,500. 4,500, but if your defense is good, 4,500 is enough HP to tank stuff. And with if you build Glee correctly, you should, in theory, be able to take the boss out before they even touch you. Now, another thing that I will say with Glee, obviously, once I get Glee made and I start using her, I have to put my game back on performance mode because there's an issue with the fire rate stuff. Um, the lower your frames are, the the least you do less damage with her. And then you also have the fact that just guns take longer to empty magazines when you're using lower frames. So obviously if you're playing in fidelity mode or balance mode, you're playing at 30 to 45 frames basically. While in performance you play at 60. Sadly on console you play at 60, and then if you even turn on frame generation, it doesn't matter because frame generation might increase your frames for you, but since they're not real frames, it does not have an effect on the fire rate. So at the end of the day, console players eat the stick when it comes to the First Descendant. Then again, it doesn't matter how you look at it. The First Descendant is it's a great game, but it's poorly optimized. Meaning, for instance, if they were to delay, instead of coming out when they did, and they were to delay the game for like another year or so, not even a year, maybe a couple months would have been fine, and made it to where the game was optimized better, this game would probably play 10 times better than what it is now. Because I find it funny how a game like The First Descendant on console can't even play at least at 90 frames. Like there's game like for instance Stellar Blade, I play at 90, I play 80 to 90 frames. So it's possible. Everyone thinks that, not everyone, but a lot of people think with console you have a choice between 30, 60 and 120. Well, every game that you normally see normally has something like that. Obviously, a lot of games with fidelity mode on the normal PS5 would only be played at 30 frames. Well, with the PS5 Pro, you should be able to play on fidelity with 60 frames. That's not the case for every game, sadly. But then if you play on performance mode, you're supposed to get 60 to 120 no matter what. Well, some games don't reach to the 120 mark, but some will allow you to reach farther than 60 and get up to 80 or 90, which sadly, this is what I hate the most about the First Descendant is the PS5 Pro version only added better ray tracing. It did not do anything for frames. Graphics got maybe slightly better because if you use ray tracing, right now I'm not using ray tracing because I'm on fidelity mode. And ray tracing with fidelity mode, your frames are just you're at a solid 30 for sure. Now I will say this, fidelity with frame generation on. I will say this, I do think you're higher than 30 frames. The reason why is because it's a lot smoother. I've been playing on fidelity with um frame generator on, and it feels like I'm playing at 40 between 45 frames instead of 30. Because I will say this, on the PS5 normal, if I played on fidelity, I constantly had frame drops. On the PS5, I don't. The PS5 Pro, I don't have frame droppage. And the performance mode, the reason why, so on my daily play, normally, if I play daily just to do whatever I want, I'll play on fidelity mode. Cause I like how beautiful the game looks. But if I'm doing certain content where I have to like kind of rely, like for instance, if I was to play Glee, Glay, not Glee, Glay. If I was to sit down and play her for a whole day and totally regarded to using high fire rate weapons and then her massacre part, then yes, I would play at performance mode 100%. Like I said, this game is just not perfectly optimized, and it never will be. It don't matter what they do, it's never gonna be like that. Best thing they can do for Glay, if people want Glay to pack more of a punch because of the fire rate issue, well, is to increase the damage of her massacre weapon. But the problem with that is, if you increase it, you're gonna need to decrease the fire rate. You can't keep the fire rate the same and increase the damage. She's just gonna be too OP. And in most cases, you're gonna see that. Why do you think two of her other Transcendent mods have fixed fire rate for things? It just makes sense. I think the best thing for her is not even to care about the fire rate issue. She still wipes bosses. I think the best thing they should do with her is remodel the Transcendent mods. And then what I mean by this is go in here and then you go Transcendent mods, right? For instance, Blood Iron. Life Spears can no longer be acquired with the Thirst effect. Instead, Power of Life can be attained when attacks land firearm critical hits. So let's go and see what this is kind of about. It's funny because Blood Iron was my favorite option at first, but chance on a critical hit is 30%. Power of Life obtained amount times 1. So when firearm attack deals a critical hit, increased power of life, the effect gains cooldown. So in theory, Blood and Iron, basically if you land a critical hit with your firearm attack, if you land a critical hit with your firearm, you get a power of life times 1. Well, power of life has 10. So in theory, Blood and Iron, you would have to run a critical hit weapon. It sounds like that's what it sounds like to me. Well, the problem is the weapons that is good for her massacre are all really piss poor in the critical hit department. So you're talking about having to use like a weapon with 50% or more crit, more than likely. Now, skill effect, chance of critical hit is 30%. Now, I don't know if that adds to your weapon or not. If that adds to your weapon, then maybe, just maybe, you could use any weapon in the game. Let's see. Let's just add this, right? Yeah, 5.655 is the critical hit rate, right? So Blood and Iron is not going to affect anything. Now, with Blood and Iron on, if we want to test it, let's see.
Would you like to access the laboratory?
With Blood and Iron on, let's test this out. Oh, shit. There you go. I wanted to get rid of that. I'm trying to test something. Oh, no level. Okay, let's see.
Reloading.
Okay, I'm assuming.
Loading.
Inefficient resources. Okay. Let's add a weapon that actually has crit then. This has way more crit. As you can see, it gives me a bar. It gives me another one. So I'm gonna guess it has a 30, like, so instead of power life is obtained when attacks land a firearm critical hit. Life spirits can no longer be acquired with the thirst effect. Instead, power life can be attained. Life spear, basically this will give you HP, I think. Power life times 3. Skill power 327. Per 10 HP, per 10% HP. Let's see what happens. Let's see. I have enough now. I don't know what that did exactly, to be honest. Blood and iron is probably just really fucking useless. Let's test out. You know what? I've been curious about this one. Let's see. I actually kind of like it. Okay, there we go. So the bad part is it would only be good, it honestly would only be good if, obviously it's going to be useless in colossal fights. It just is. Because there's going to be no way to earn life spears. Oh man, I'm sorry buddy. I didn't realize you sat back up here. I'm sorry. Almost sat on your head. Okay, what's explosive lives? Well, let's see what this one's about. Okay. So let's see. The chance to create a life spear is slightly increased. Detonates all nearby life spears to deal damage instead of absorbing HP. Recovers power of life based on the number of life spears exploded. Wait. So you're telling me... Why can't I use it then?
So thirsty.
You know, it might be the fact that I need to be able to kill enemies, and then here you can't. That maybe would be the reason. Who knows? Okay, let's do Predator. Oh, this one I hate. This is why this one is useless. Look at this. See, it doesn't affect it. So. You know what? I messed up. Let's do this again. Okay, right. Now we do it. Useless. Fucking utterly useless, bro. Useless, dude. Useless. I mean, super senses, in my opinion, would only be good is if you have damage is the same as a quick weapon. So in theory, if you have like a sniper, as you can see, let me put on the sniper real quick, right? All right. Getting 300K. Okay. It was higher damage for sure. Okay. You could maybe make a good super senses build, but it's really not recommended. Now, Predator Instinct. Let's see. Let's do something real quick.
Reloading.
Predator Instinct would only really work if you have a high round magazine. I mean, it's not really gonna do much. It just requires too much. I mean, I don't know. Requires too much in my opinion.
It's my power now.
I'm only getting 50k with focus on non-attribute and skill simplification. What if I take skill simplification off and put focus on non-attribute and let's put focus on dimension. Okay. Let's say we take off everything right there and then just put all the non stuff on. And then non-attribute, dimension amplification, non-attribute amplification. And still have enough to do all the 2 cooldowns and the 2 skill cost mods, right? Let's see. Obviously, we still have to put the one mod that's gonna take skill power modifier off still, and that's gonna be the skill cost, I think. Oh. 73k. Honestly, that's not taking much still. I thought it would take way more than that. Honestly, thought it would take more. What if I took away that and just put a regular range and then the other regular range on that gives me shield? Sadly, don't need shield, but hey, it's the reason why I wasn't using it. What if I use this one, right? Added 33, right? 78k. So in theory, we're only getting about 80k. I mean, she has no. Oh, I don't even know what rate she would have actually. 1.2 and a 5 times skill critical hit rate. So even if I built a crit, she would be at most, like, let's see. Focus. Let's throw all crit mods on real quick. I don't have enough to throw on focus on non-attribute, so let's throw that one on, right? Let's see. 36k. 36k. 6k.
This is mine.
let's see. Her crit's at 15%. Yeah, 15.385 useless. So I don't even know what the best to build for her AOE. I don't even know what the best option would be, to be honest. I really don't. I mean, let's see. Where's the non-attribute one I was looking at earlier? Okay, this is the one that I would use. It has dimension and non-attribute on it. Let's get a hand cannon out real quick, so we can actually really tell how much we're gonna be doing. Okay. Let's see. Dimension. Yeah, let's see what happens if we run all 4 of those real quick.
Feel my power.
120. What would we be getting? 130. 131. So let's say 130, 130-ish, right? So instead of running focus on dimension, let's run skill simplification, right? Right, let's run skill simplification, right?
This is mine.
So in theory,
It's my power now.
37. Basically doing 7k to 6k more damage so far. And that's with all the other damaging mods on here. So in reality, it'd be better to run the other one because of the skill cooldown that you get with it. Now you could run maximize power. That's 153. Let's see. Cooldown is 28 seconds. Yeah, no point. No. So in reality, not the. You know what? Instead of focus on non-attribute, let's do non-attribute master and dimension. Right? Okay. 49 and 25, 44 and 19. Honestly, I'd rather have dimension masters and non-attribute master actually. And then focus. Right? Let's see what we're hitting with those two. 158. Right?
Feel my power.
146. Okay, wait, 146 basically. So far, Dimension Master and focus on Dimension is better, right? Let's try focus on non-attribute and non-attribute master. Can't do Dimension Master, but I can do focus, right? 157. 145, so okay, 145, so you're looking at 2k less because the other one was 147. So instead of focus, non-attribute master and focus on dimension. You know what you could do? Power increase. And then no, not dimension. No. Focus on dimension. Let's see. with focus on dimension. How about we do? Can't do that one. So could try this and see what this turns out to be. 169. 156. So power increase and skill simplification will be the best two options for her hitting ability, basically. Yeah. I mean, you could always try. What is it? You could try non-attribute master and see. 164. 139. Ooh, hell no. 130. How about focus on dimension? Nope, can't. I could do dimension master though. 152. 2. 138. So yeah, power, I'm not gonna lie. Power increase, skill simplification. Both of these. It's your best bet. And obviously probably throw on walk a tightrope, maybe. Maybe. You could throw this one on, right? For non-attribute simplification. I know I didn't say that right at all.
This is mine.
5.
It's my power now.
5.
Feel my power.
5. That's not bad, 165. And so 2 range, 2 cooldowns, and then 1 skill cost would be left. And that would be your build. Honestly, I really don't even need skill cost, because that would just take a modifier away. So 2 range and 2 cooldowns. Let's see. I mean, I could always throw non-attribute specialist on instead and see how that plays. 56.
It's my power.
Definitely not. Okay, 2 range mods. Double fingers. Yeah, good. And it only takes away MP, so yeah, I could add all that and be perfectly fine. It won't take away anything from my skill. And in theory, that would probably be the best option. I mean, at the very moment, I can't think of anything that'd be better. Okay, I am back. You know, it's weird. A lot of people say all the females in this game look very similar. I don't see that. As I think about it now, I really don't. Like, maybe in the, like, even in the bus department, they don't even look similar, in my opinion. I think this most similar part is they all got really thin legs besides their thighs. Their thighs are pretty decent to big, but like everyone's like they all look the same. Like a lot of people have said they all look the same, but to me, they look really different. That could just be me though. That could just be, you know, thinking that, but yeah. So far, like I was saying, power increase and skill simplification I think is the best bets. And then these are the other 3 damaging mods. And then we're gonna put 2 cooldowns. 2 cooldowns. Let's see if there's any other way I can add more damage to this build. I could add iron defense. Right? That would add to 327. You know what? Let's go test it. Iron defense or... We're gonna test it real quick. Iron defense or skill power. From the spear and shield. We're gonna test that real quick to see which one's stronger. But like I already said, I really think putting the 2 I have, like putting what I have is the best. Now,
Would you like to use the
there
laboratory?
could be better, but I don't know. I think that's literally the best option I have at the moment. I don't think there's any other better option. Devour. Dungeon. Lepic. Lepic. Let's test this real quick. Okie dokie. Oh, I forgot.
It's all over.
177.
This is mine.
164 is probably the number.
Oh.
167. 167. 168. So 160. Man. Weirdly,
Feel
they're
my
basic.
power.
Basically, it's weird. They're very similar. I honestly thought there would be more of a. I honestly thought there would be more of a difference. I'm not gonna even lie to you.
Oh.
See, once they're so similar. I'm done. I'm none. Like they're too similar. It's actually crazy. Like it's actually crazy. They're too similar. Yeah, that's just crazy. I'm gonna watch this video because what I'm trying to do is build the AOE build for Glee, and this person before I get off, because I'm about to get off. I just want to be more informative on what I should do, because right now I'm thinking this is my best option, but I could be missing out on something. So I'm gonna watch this video and then test whatever they're doing to see if I really do get a different number. So yeah. Obviously, I'm gonna have multi-talented on here, but I'm thinking I'm gonna add multi-talented probably here and then 2 cooldown mods, but this person is running HP collector, which is understandable, which I could throw HP collector on, but then if I do that, I won't be able to have increased HP because they are using instead they're using 2 range mods, right? 2 range mods. After 2 range, well, at least 1 range mod, 2 cooldowns, and multi-talented. I won't be able to throw HP on this build. In theory, I won't. So, I might have to take out one of the damaging mods. But they use skill simplification with non-attribute instead of power increase. So, focus on non-attribute. I was getting 167. 144. 45. I think the problem is cooldown. Let's see. Let's run everything he was running real quick. He's running the focus on that, skill simplification, right? He wasn't running any of those. He was running stem accelerant too. I mean, he did have like 20,000 HP, which you get more HP taken away because it takes 15%. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Taking 15% of 20,000 is way more than taking 15% of like 10,000. But let's run those 2, right? Multi-talented, nibble fingers, and then let's see how fast we really get back our cool back. 101. So yeah, let's see how many times I can actually do it. Right here,
Don't
get
get in
that.
my
Let's see
way.
if I'm at full HP and I'm already frenzied, right? Let's see. One,
This is mine.
and do it 6 times. The HP I have now. Right? 6 times. Let's see. Let's see if adding these actually make a difference, you know? Stem accelerant and increase HP, right? Alright.
This is mine.
You only get to run one extra one, so there's really no point of having extra HP. It really isn't. Like, I'm telling you. You get to run one extra. Just one. I honestly don't. You know what I'm gonna try, though? Let me take those off real quick. I'm gonna see if I take off nibble fingers if I still get uptime. Nope, I don't get it back instantly. Oh, I need nibble fingers on. So I'm gonna put nibble fingers, MP conversion, focus on noun attribute, multi-talented, skill amplification. Focus on noun attribute. I'm gonna try something out real quick before I decide on that. Because maybe the cooldown is the reason why. Let's see what happens if I put power increase instead. Yeah, it's the cooldown. And actually I'm getting more damage, weirdly, than what I was earlier with everything. So, focus on non-attribute shall be there then. Focus on non-attribute, MP conversion, nibble fingers, multi-talented, skill amplification. Like I said, I'm not copying that build one for one because he runs 2 health mods and I ran both health mods, and no offense, but they let me attack 1 extra time instead of being at 6. And I think I was only able to attack 1 extra time is because I gained HP out of nowhere land. During that time period, I did gain a little bit of HP. You know, instead of, I'm curious real quick. What if I, oh yeah, that takes away, ooh, yeah, no, that takes away MP conversion. Yeah, never mind. I could throw skill cost and then get the skill range of 22.2. So I don't have to use maximize range. Think about it. But Bunny, think about this real quick. I'm at radius of 13.4, right? Let me show you something. This is why I'm saying, like, it doesn't make sense to have a maximized range on, because look, I'm at 24.5 meters, right? Let me put on time disruption. Not time disruption, I mean Fergal mindset, right? That puts me at 27.2 meters. That is already higher than the highest bunny. I think the highest bunny can go is 27 flat. Meaning my radius is already farther than that. And I also get skill cost minus, right? I got 2 range mods, and now let's put 1 HP mod on, right? Stem accelerant would be it. The 1 HP mod I'm gonna run is Stem accelerant. It gives me a lot of HP and only takes away mana. Perfect, right? Now, I add this. The other 2 mods are going to be damaging mods. In his case, one was maximized range, and one was HP collector. What I could do is add HP collector, and then for the other one I could do add damage. Because he added still accelerant and increase HP. There's no reason to have both. There really isn't. Not for this build. I think having too much HP is useless on her. I'd rather have a skill minus a skill cost with one good HP mod. And then after the skill cost, I could throw another skill cost one on an HP collector. But instead, I'd rather just throw HP collector on, and then after throwing HP collector on, in theory, I could just run another damaging mod, which would be probably dimensional amplification. Get 61.3 for dimensional use. Or I could use non-attribute skill power, get 65.4. But the thing is I don't have any dimensional on here. I already have non-attribute skill power. This gives me non-attribute skill power. I already have non-attribute skill power. I don't have any dimensional skill power. Throw the dimensional skill power on, right? Skill power modifier. Throw the dimension skill power modifier on. That's another multiplicative thing for damage to calculate from. So, like I have right now, I have non-attribute skill power boost, base skill power boost, dimensional skill power boost, skill power modifier. I have all those right now, right? Now if I get in here, do I have enough? I don't think I have enough, but what I can do real quick is the dimensional one, right? Let's take away Fergal Mindset real quick and put dimension. Oh, that was useless. Let's take skill expansion off then and put this, right? As you can see now, I have the base power, non-attribute dimensional skill power boost, and now dimensional skill modifier. I didn't have skill modifier in the previous. Notice how now I have 4 multipliers. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 4 multipliers now. Beforehand, I did not have 4. Well, technically 5 multipliers because of non-attribute skill power boost ratio and base skill power boost ratio. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 modifiers. Where if you take off this, you see dimensional skill power modifier. The dimensional skill power boost is 0.283. And now skill power modifier, but I have no dimensional skill power modifier now. Yeah. You guys need to stop cracking out. Knocking over crap and shit. Crazy cycles this morning. You guys were all cracked out last night too. So damage. Let's see what we're able to do. 104. 121. 130. 47. 47. 65. 173. As you can notice the damage was getting higher and higher because of her ability where the more HP, the less HP you have, the higher her skill does. If I'm correct, that's the case. Damage skill power modifier, right? And then per 10% of HP consumed skill power plus 10%. So damage, okay. Cooldown. Range. HP collector. And then I could throw on Iron Defense, Spear, and Shield, or I could throw on... Give me 1 second. So yeah, I can throw on, what is it called? So range. After both ranges, then I will throw on a health. So range, health, HP collector. Those are literally my slots, right? If I want to take away, for instance, if I don't want to put double rage, you just put one range, a health mod, and then HP collector, and then if you want to, you can throw on. Let's see. If you really want to, you can throw on non-attribute. I can't even put it on right now. But you could throw on this to get 10% skill power. But it's probably best to have two of the range mods so you can get up to the high 20s instead of the low 20s. Now, even if you're at the low 20s, I mean, it's still gonna be pretty good. I mean, I'll probably test multiple of them, but this build will become last before I'm gonna be doing Massacre first for sure. But yeah, this is what it's gonna be looking like at the moment. I'm gonna be honest, she's definitely different. I'm gonna take her and Haley, I'm gonna take my time and see, my Haley bossing build is basically done. I don't need to do much left. But my Haley mobbing build that I wanna do, yeah, that's gonna require a whole different ball game. I actually have to change quite a bit of things up on that one. And then now that I look at multi-talented, I'm not gonna lie to you, it doesn't seem like multi-talented really has a cooldown. Like, for instance, where is it? It says when using a dimensional active skill cooldown 20.5% for 5 seconds. Right? It says for 5 seconds. But nowhere in this thing it says anything about a cooldown. And you notice as soon as I pop the dimensional skill, I was able to get my dimensional skill back instantly. As you noticed, right? So when using a fusion active skill cost is minus 6.1 and duration is 6.1 for 5 seconds. That one not gonna be as much of a use for me on the Viessa, because the only thing I can really think of a fusion skill would be Viessa if I'm not using the absolute zero. And then when using a tech skill effective range and power modifier 15% for 5 seconds. Now I'm starting to think if I should roll multi-talented on the new Descendant, as she has all tech skills when you use her Time of the Hunting Hounds Transcendent mod. And then when you use a singular active skill, all attribute damage is plus 30% for 5 seconds. Basically, it should have said all element damage. Because all attribute damage is like basically like attribute damage is just anything. Like you got non-attribute, you got, let's see, all attribute. I'm assuming would be like non-attribute electric and all that. That's what I'm assuming is what multi-talented would do. Another thing that's good about multi-talented, like another good thing about this is for Glee, if I'm correct, with the Glee build I'm gonna be making too for AoE, I can slap on the Peacemaker because as you can see, with the unique ability of the Peacemaker, I get non-attribute skill power 5, and then non-attribute skill power per stack is 9.5. Max stacks is 5. So look, I'll tell you how much I get at max stacks. 9.5 times 5 is 47.5 plus 5. You'll get 52.5 non-attribute skill power with using the Peacemaker, and then also the um when using a dimensional or fusion skill grants the unique ability single reload for peace. When single reload for peace is at max stacks. There you go. So yeah. It says dimension or fusion. So now the thing is if you use it, you can theoretically use this on anyone that uses dimensional or fusion to activate the, single reload for peace, but it's only going to affect the skill power for non-attribute. But in theory, everything that I basically showed so far, Peacemaker for my mobbing build is going to be the Peacemaker for sure. And then after the Peacemaker, it's going to be literally everything. And then what you're going to want on your reactor, instead of having non-attribute and dimensional, you're going to want dimensional skill power boost ratio. And then for the other option, you're going to want a skill effective range probably. The reason why I say that is because I don't think I'm going to run 2 skill range mods. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that with how I want to build this build. I can't even put that. This gives me more range by a little bit, but it takes away modifiers, so I'll probably just use this one. So let's see, if I take this off real quick and then put this bad boy on, let's see what my range gets up to again. 13.4 meters. That's with extension, my bad. 24.5 meters. Or if I run the maximize range, I'll go up to 24.8. 24.8, or I get 24.5. 24.8, 24.5. Honestly, it doesn't matter. 24.5 is literally the range for every average bunny. Like, let's see. Let's look at my bunny. I'm gonna go based off my bunny's range real quick. I'm gonna go based off my bunny's range real quick. Let's see what my bunny is at. Bunny is sitting at... I'm sitting at 17.3 right now. $25.8 in this one. But then again, this is my maximize ranges on this. But I have to redo my bunny build because I don't like MP collector anymore anyways. So in theory, like, let's see, let's go off this real quick. Ignore the names because I'm not done. I'm remaking my builds. If I was to do ranges now with bunny, in theory, I'll probably run the skill expansion, yes. And this, I'm not running the... I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm gonna try not to run the red mod anymore. Because I think it's gonna be... in my opinion, think it's useless when I can only target 3 enemies at once. So I'm gonna run this. Now we're sitting at 13.5, right? I could run maximize range, right? And I'm at 20.1 now, but now I'm at 128.7 skill power instead of 148. but I'm at 20.1 now, right? Now, in theory, I could just throw power increase and skill amplification on, and that might be the best run. As you can see, power increase, skill simplification. Focus on electric, focus on singulars on this one. But right now, 20.1, right? I take maximize range off and run, say, amplification control. I'm sitting at 17.1 now, right? And in theory, if I'm sitting at 17.1, I could maybe get lucky. Virgo mindset with the skill cost and range. That's 22.2 and then 51. So 5, 6, 7. That's still about 20% range less than the maximized range. But now I'm sitting at a 18.6 range. But now I got a skill cost a little bit, and now I'm getting no skill power taken away from me. Or I could just, but the thing is, I gotta run 3 mods to even get up to that. When I could just, in theory, if I really wanted to, run maximize range, right? And then after I run maximize range, excuse me, I'll just throw on skill simplification, right? I'm at 213 now. And in theory, if I take off the skill maximize range, right? I'm at 233. I'm basically almost at the 250 that I would get with having high voltage on. So even though I'm close to with what my high voltage is with maximum power off, and then not a maximum power, I mean maximize range off, and then when I turn it on, put it on, I'm still in the 200s, which is good, but like this is literally like what I'm working with right here. Skill simplification is all. I'm sorry, but I think skill simplification is always the best on Bunny because her skill powers are low for every category. Look, 156 going up to 221, right? 148 going up to 213, and then 502 going up to 567. That's not a big jump. That's just because the fact that her maximum power is really, you're never going to use it. And honestly, if anything, in my opinion, I'm probably going to run, I think is it electric or dense? Damage range is 14.3, and then people blow up. And the skill power is 1,946. I could run it. I could run that. I could also run superconductor. If I run superconductor, I get a 20%, as you can see. Where is it? Electrocution, continuous damage. Well, that's always been there. What did it change then? What did it change? I'm confused. Oh, duration is 3.2 seconds. And then attack decreases 20%. Attack decreases 20%. So as long as I electrocute somebody constantly, I get a reduction I get a reduction of damage, which in the long run it would be good. I don't like bionic few, I really don't. And yes, electric charge, I could theoretically just do this and get 292.6 with a radius of 11.5. And attack damage at max charge is 338. I could do this, but that requires me jumping around too much and stuff. And then high voltage, even for my bossing build, I still would run something like this, and now I'll be at 315 skill power. I will probably run superconductor on this build just to take reduced damage, because by me taking reduced damage, what I want to try to do is, because I'm honestly thinking about going pure crit on this build instead. I don't know why, I've always preferred crit with Bunny, even though the reason why I want to go crit with Bunny, in a way, is because you crit. I'm not gonna lie to you, you crit quite a bit with Bunny still, even with a 30 or 40%. Like for instance, let's take all this off real quick, and let's put crits, right? Let's do skill, right? We're looking at 30.77 crit rate, right? With the 4 times hit damage. You gotta realize 30.77 skill critical hit rate. Think about this real quick. If you make a build where you're constantly able to run, you got literally a crap load of MP, you're constantly able to run because of your skill cost, and then you have a bunch of MP recovery on your build, right? Think about this real quick. If you have all that and you're constantly on uptime, you're looking at, I'm kid you not, you're looking at a good, what is it called? You're looking at, totally forgot. You gotta realize that you're looking at every time the ring pops up, like when you're running with Bunny and the ring pops up, that's literally basically like a 30% chance, basically, I guess you could say, of it popping up. I could be wrong on how to implement that exactly, if that's the case or not. But if that is the case, that means every time the ring will pop up, you got a 30% chance. Well, think about that. It's gonna pop up quite a bit of times. And let's say we want to run, oh, there we go. I had a gold crit rate. Let's say, look, 31 point, I got a higher one, probably my stash. I think I got a 32 one. Let's see real quick. 32.1, right? Got a 32.1 right here. It goes up to 34% basically. Yeah, I would basically go up to a 34% ratio. Now, if I wanted to go pure crit on this build, which is still possible, mind the fact, put this on where all the electricity is. Right here, electric skill power. Now, the thing is you won't be able to run front lines, obviously, so it's useless, sadly. So this doesn't even help, actually. I take that back. If you really want more skill power, you could always throw a dangerous ambush or decimator on. Decimator requires you to get, obviously, kills for it to pop up, and you get a skill power modifier 2%, but obviously you have the maxed out version, so let's look at the maxed out version. You get a skill power modifier 5% per defeated enemy for 10 seconds, up to 10 stacks. 10 seconds is actually quite a bit of time, and then as long as you're killing enemies, that 10 seconds is staying. So the only thing the decimator might not come into handy with is when you're fighting the boss for anywhere. Fighting a class site definitely not gonna happen, and then fighting bosses in dungeons and stuff, unless there's a bunch of ads spawning in, yeah, Decimator is gonna be kind of useless. But anywhere else, you'll get basically a 50% boost in your skill power modifier. Now, Dangerous Ambush, on the other hand, when landing a skill attack while the enemy's not targeting you, skill power 24.9, and then the immobilized one, that doesn't matter because you're not going to get that in dungeons, but you can get the 24.9 skill power. And the reason why I say that is because when they're spawning in, or you're around the corner and they can't see you yet, that actually counts as landing a skill attack while they're not targeting you. So in theory, you could get the boost from there, but what I would probably do is I would probably run all the crit, like my build that I kind of want to run will be all crit mods with this to get electric skill power, and then I would probably throw on skill simplification, right? And then after throwing on a skill simplification, I would throw on 2 range, like, let's see. Let's put on the mid-air real quick. And then let's throw on the range mods real quick. Let's go with skill expansion and maximize range. Obviously this build is not perfect because I'm, well, yeah. So with 2 mods left, I would have to add an HP mod, and then after adding an HP mod, I would have to then add a another damaging mod, because as you can see, I don't have any damaging mod for the power increase, basically. The only downside is now your cooldown and duration are not matched up with each other with this. So in theory, you're going to want to match that up so you can have 100% uptime, and there's also no skill cost, so this is kind of useless. Having the most powerfulest build is not always useful, as you can see. So for me, at first, what I would probably do is I would run skill simplification no matter how you look at it. Okay, I would run it no matter how you look at it, and I'll put it right here on this one. After I run skill simplification, probably would run an HP mod, and to be fucking clearly honest with you, I think Battle for Stamina would be the best one because you get duration and you get HP. And basically, you're getting 23 seconds basically out of the 30, right? Well, now I'm at 8,000 HP, 8,800 HP, right? So as long as I'm running double HP, 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 and HP, I'm literally gonna be at a solid, basically 9,000 HP. Right? I don't need to run any more HPs. But I could run this for skill cooldown, and it gives HP, But the thing is, it pulls my cooldown to 25.7. I'm still at 22.9, so I'm not 1 for 1. So I'd have to throw another cooldown on. And if I throw another cooldown on, it'd be Nimble Fingers probably. Well, look at this. 18 seconds now, and I could just take off that 22.3, 22.9. All I gotta do is throw one Nimble Fingers on. That's it. And then bam, I got it 1 for 1, right? Now the question is maybe I just say forget about that, right? And I could just put focus on electric, right? And then focus on singular. Oh, no, not even focus on singular because I'm using the skill on simplification, which I might not want to use because it does take away quite a bit of the MP, and that leads to me not using the bestness of my build. So actually, let's take that off real quick. Let's see something real quick. Gives me 84.5, right? It gives me 84.5. Let's go with the technician, which gives you 50.8, right? $199. See, I really want to use skill simplification, but then using it, I can't. Like, I would run a. I can either run a Nimble Fingers and then run 2 of the power, whatever power options I want, or I could just run focus on electric and focus on singular. And literally, kid you not, if I do this, where is it? 26 and 22, right? Well, all I gotta do now is instead of running Nibble Fingers, I can run this one and put on Time Disruption, which now puts me at 22 and 22.9. And now I have 122 plus 52 HP, which gives me 10,000 HP. I already got duration from this too, though. Or in theory, I could just take all those off and just literally just throw a Nimble Fingers on and literally 22.3. One mod. Why it took me to use 3 of those mods. Now I can use whatever damaging mods I want. And yes, if I really wanted to, I could throw skill simplification on. And then say if I want to use power increase, I don't know what the best option is for it. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know what the best option is. I don't know if it's power increase or what. I really, I can't be on. I don't. Matter of fact, I probably won't even use power increase just because the fact that it takes the M slot that I'm gonna want to use. Probably do focus on electric, right? And probably in this area, right? Focus on electric, right? And then I'll do that. That for the skill cost. Because I can sacrifice some skill power modifier. And I'm still at the 213. And now I'm at a good 171, 266. So, 7.8 instead of 12. Skill cost is pretty well now. probably add another. I'll probably add maximum range. But now maximum range will put me at 193, but at least it's still higher than the 148.7. But now I'm at 20 meters. What I could do too is I could throw on amplification, right? And get 17.1. And I know I have a gold rated skill effective range somewhere. Right here. With that involved, let's see. I'm sitting at 18.8 now instead of 17 point whatever. But now I'm not losing but 20% instead of 40. $21 meters now. What's the highest I can actually get? Let's see. I couldn't even do this. Skill cost and effective range. I didn't even realize. You know what I could do is, let's see. Oh, look at that. Technically, I could run strong mentality instead. So if I wanted to, instead of running this, I could keep my maximize. I can keep my 20%, right? Because look, that would give me a 35.4 skill cost reduction, right? For minus 20%. Or I could just run the Virgo mindset to also get skill range. And then also throw on this one to give me. Now I'm not at 177, I'm at 203 though. Because the skill cost, I'm at minus 23 instead of minus, what, 36, I think? Or no, 35. So yeah, I'm still missing quite a bit. But now I got range, range, and range. So I'm sitting at 20, well, I guess 21 meters is the highest. Because 21, Virgo mindset, 21. So actually the maximum range you can have with Bunny is 21. So I don't think even we could try to see if we could get higher to 21. Maybe with high voltage you can. High voltage will just increase it to 27. So the maximum range you can have with Bunny without high voltage is 21. The maximum range that you can have with Bunny with high voltage is 27. So in theory, if 21 is the like highest you can get, having 19 is not that bad. I mean 18.8 is not that bad. You're not that far from the cap. So honestly, I can literally look 21. That's the max range right there. 21. I'm at the max range, right? I'm at the cap basically without the mod on the high voltage. So take that off so I don't want to lose skill power modifier, right? And I'll just run for more survivability. As you can see, for more survivability, I can just run, where is it? Amplification control, right? For just more survivability, right? I'm at 18.8. Well, let's do the math on how many meters we're losing out. I could do it in my head real quick, but I'm not going to. 21 minus 18.8. You're losing out on 2.2 meters. That's literally not that much. Now that's if you get a gold rated skill effective range. Obviously, if you don't get a gold rated skill effective range and say you get something that's not around those lines, you're sitting at 17.1. Now 21 minus 17.1 is 3.9. Now at that point in time, it's starting to make a difference. Yeah, at that point in time, it will start making a difference. 4 meters basically. That's gonna make a big difference, kind of, in a way. But this is to obviously now put this one in for the skill cost. So I got my range, skill cost, which does make me get minus the skill power modifier, which is understandable, but now I don't get double minus it. I only get minus one of it, right? Because I mean, in theory, I could say forget about it. I could just, you know, I don't know. I think I prefer to be as low as possible in this electricity cost, so I think I'm gonna stick with that. Sadly, it's at 344 for the max MP, right? So, with it being at 344, I've been also thinking about running a Slayer set. Well, I don't see why people run Slayer set with Bunny. I really don't. Yeah, like you get a speed boost, but like you get so many negatives when you run Slayer, especially for a person like Bunny. Because look, if you run Slayer, no, not there. If you run Slayer, right? You get the skill power 26.1, but the skill cost plus 15, that is just gonna make running with Bunny literally a flippin' hassle. And then when defeating enemies inflicted with Toad, well, guess what? Toad is for something like Lepic's, you know, ability where he puts them all in that circle ability where he gets them all combined up together. So, unless I'm missing out on something that Bunny's doing that apparently Bunny might do something that causes the inflict with Toad, that part is absolutely useless to her. The skill cost is a big downside to her, especially when you want to constantly run. Rounds per magazine does not even matter when you're not even going to be shooting with her. General rounds capacity doesn't even matter. And then the skill power is the only thing that matters. So out of the whole set, only one of those pieces, maybe possibly two, if the defeating enemies inflicted with Toad actually has something to do with one of her abilities, then maybe two, but really, it's only one. Yeah, 26.1 skill power. You know what you could do? Just do what I'm doing. Run 2 duration ones, and then I'm going to try to get 2 electrical ones. To at least get the 6.2%. I think it's 6.2% skill power. But yeah, I will be re-idolizing my bunny build when I get a chance. At the very moment, I'm not going to touch it, but when I get a chance, I'm going to go through my bunny build again. And then I haven't decided on how I want to do my bunny build, but I will decide when I get up. But this will be it for today's video. I'm going to sleep. I shall be on in about 7 or 8 hours, if not sooner, and we'll see where we are from there. But at the very moment, I'm probably going to work on Glee when I get back on instead of touching Bunny. Excuse me. But once I get done with Glee, I don't know if I'm going to hop straight into Haley because I need to get my catalyst up, and I'm assuming once I'm done with Glee, I'm not going to have any catalyst left. So when I do that, I'm going to have to probably take a break and let my catalyst stack up again. And when I do that, I'm probably gonna hop on and do a bunch of external component farming and stuff. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Is this my crystallization catalyst already done?
Humanity is very weak.
Yeah,
That's
it
why
is.
humans need us so desperately.
So I'm back at 10. And I got 8 more left. But I think I should be back at 10, if I'm correct. Yeah, I'm back at 10 now. We'll do this build later. I'm gonna see something. Do I have any good cosmetic items for her? Because I don't want to be running this same thing for everybody. I don't think so. I'm probably gonna buy this one, honestly. I'm not gonna lie, this one I might get. Either that one or... I mean, I could get this one still. I actually still can. They actually brought that one back. I kind of wish I was able to get this one. But hey, I don't mind this one. I just don't like the shoulder pad part. I mean, I could always just run this still. Because I'm probably not going to get this one. I'm not a big fan of this one. Like, some people are a big fan of this one, but I'm not. And I would like this one more often if this didn't have, like, robotic legs. I'm not a big fan of this whole area, the robotic legs. I'm not a big fan of that. So, yeah. White Lightning, I might not mind getting. It's a pretty cool, decent uniform. I might not mind using this one, but I'll figure that out later. Okie dokie. Oh, see you guys later. Hope you guys enjoyed. Like and subscribe. Peace. Signing off.